Okay. Hello. It's not quite 5 yet, but wanted to talk while waiting. Because right now I'm trying to get all of my characters into the art fight thing, and I dropped my controller. Fuck. Oh! Please, I assure you, I'm more put together than this. So yeah, but the website right now is ridiculously slow because it's the first day of art fight. I just want to clear my notifications. I just want to upload images. It's a struggle. Other than that, I have been dying to to return to playing Ace Attorney because, and like, you know, I tried to not spoil myself for these things. Um, but like, so, but I'm like really in the Ace Attorney mood, so I've just been re-watching, like, oh, don't look at these screenshots. I've just been re-watching, like, older games, older Ace Attorney games, over and over again. I went through Apollo Justice and then the second Justice for All part of the trilogy. Just like watching Let's Players play it because I can't play until it's Friday, but now it's Friday, so. uh, is the sound there or am I crazy? Oh no. I should have tested this beforehand. Uh, wait, that's not it. Okay, the sound isn't there. Give me a sec. Mm. Yeah, leave all your IT problems to me. I got it. Okay, let me just move myself up a little bit. They were on before? Sounds like a lie. I couldn't hear it. Now they're on. Thank you for telling me. Platinum point. Oh. But they're on now, right? I don't know. The stream has like a, you know, the latency lag. Okay. So last time I powered through the entire first case. And then watched like the short opening of the second one. But I didn't save, so we can watch the opening again.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
I feel like a dumbass because I thought speckled band meant like the instrument band. I was like, why is the band speckled? What happened to the band? Why are they speckled? Oh no, they meant a snake.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script.
It's compos mentis.
And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What?
Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you? And where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Sherlock Holmes! Sherlock Holmes, which is actually like a real thing people did, was like they switched the first 2 letters, or the first letter in Sherlock Holmes, because what was it? Like they weren't sure if they could actually use the name Sherlock Holmes, because I don't know, probably copyright. So it's Sherlock Holmes. Oh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Are we still, Yunosuke? Where are we? What happened? How much time has passed? Oh, we are still Yunosuke. Wait, I can't move. Oh, uh-oh. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? It's good, there's no bed inside. So you wake up now. Oh. Oh no, this is the Russian guy, right? We had to drag you out of your wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You're a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. We found you. I don't know how to do it. And now you must play criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Fuck me. Oh, sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to be found out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Oh! Susato. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato. Why are you here? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where is Kazuma? Huh? You pretend you do not know? You're a wolf in the sheep's pelt. You're the killer! Do not try to make excuse. Huh? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered. Kazuma's dead? You know, I had a horrible feeling last time. Because I didn't want to say anything because I was scared if I said anything that death flags would become true. But it felt very much like a death flag. Because he was like, oh, I'm gonna tell you this one secret, but we got interrupted. Just kidding, I'll tell you next time. Kazuma! And then it was also like it felt kind of like the first Phoenix Wright game. And it's like, this is very sudden, and it's someone close to us. Why? Here. Nick! Kazuma's dead! Yeah! He got killed! He got killed! And we're suspected of killing him! Best friends didn't live for very long, did it? Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? While typical assistants dying after the first game. Shh! We're not supposed to have any other spoilers. Though it is just the second trial, it is fair game. Oh wait, you're right, he's the killer again! But he can't be. It's just this how it's gonna go. Every case Ryunosuke gets found. It's like, you know, charged with murder. And that's why he keeps lawyering. It's because he literally has to. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I... Please don't ever pull any gotcha. I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! Well, she thinks we did it? Susato, come on. No. No! And how come we don't remember this happening? Did we ever go get food? Like, did the date ever happen? Please. Kazuma, it was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? Oh, so wait, we're illegally entering England because we wanted to be with Kazuma, and then... Wow, okay, I see. It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. Instead, it was I who died. I really didn't think that you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. That's how we okay, you must be even less of a man than you. What? Okay. Hey! Honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. Best friend privilege? Yeah, what? Really? We're breaking the law for our friend. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we can confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Oh, that's what was in the cutscene earlier with Herlock Sholmes. The piece of paper stuck on the closet. Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. Please don't open the wardrobe, there are embarrassing things inside. Like my boyfriend, I mean... We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England. Together! Yeah! We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make trouble for yourself. Murderer! No, I'm not a murderer! For like the 15th time. You said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but... Murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth! I'm sorry about this accent. I tried my best. Susato-san? Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Kazuma's death, brother. Kazuma! He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? The locked room mystery where we have to now prove that it was actually not a locked room. This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still gonna deny the charge? Even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but, of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So, presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury, then? That's true, yes. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you would know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... Susato, come on! He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. Training for what? He's a lawyer. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... Oh no! There was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now that I have told you everything that I know, it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Still throbbing like anything? What? Why are you even on board in this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now. 2 weeks? You've been sitting in here for 2 weeks, Weirdo-suke? All for your friend. I had no idea. But how could you have accompanied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. That's bad for your posture. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. Because he loved. I don't understand. Kazuma, why did you want this? What's the real reason? It's because he loved. Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? Because he... Oh wait, he's... There, this is a flashback, okay. Did he ever answer? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. What? Tell us! Kazuma! Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yeah, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I have ever seen it before. Susato-san. I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. Wow, she got it. That's exactly right, yeah. Word perfect, in fact. word perfect. Isn't it word for word?
If you're not the culprit, then tell me, what happened last night here in this cabin?
Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep? Well, yes.
So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuna-sama was killed?
Well, yes. Oh my god. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth! If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything.
Really?
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, it's...
Food had something to... Oh... Maybe.
Oh, forget it.
Susan, you have to believe me, I didn't do it!
I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this.
Kazuma, I don't understand. Why did this have to happen? Ugh, I can't take this.
Don't try to go anywhere! You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen.
I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now, I'm supposed to just sit around? My hands tied while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen.
Well, what do you propose to do then?
I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Yeah. What? Oh my god. She throw us? What the?
That was a
Susanoo takedown. What? Susan, what? What martial art form is that? Oh my god.
I'm going to need you to prove it.
Yunosuke. Goodbye, Yunosuke. Sorry, prove it?
Yes, you're innocent.
Join your friend. Yeah, they'll be together forever in the afterlife.
I need evidence.
But how am I supposed to?
Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago. You successfully defended yourself in a court of law.
Ah, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Well, we only got two options, and it's probably not this. The paper seal. Kazuma would stick this over the doors of the wardrobe for me. It says keep out in Japanese, so I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it. Yep, indeed it is. Oh wait, that's not it. Here.
Yes!
Yes! Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the door?
Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly.
I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Yes.
Oh, yes, of course! The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them.
But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own.
Yes, that's quite true.
In other words, it's impossible that I killed Azuma. Or Azuma. Kazuma! Fuck me. You're still on the ground.
Well, well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you.
Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think you can perhaps help me out? You can't get up by yourself? What kind of position are you in, Ryunosuke?
Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least.
Thank you! So you finally believe me?
I'm sorry, no.
Oh. What?
I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position.
Conjuring trick? What does she think I am? A magician?
For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same.
Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san.
Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts.
Oh.
I shall be watching you, to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example.
What is this? Did we do something that made her think this way? We're just a normal person, as far as I can tell. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death! Okay. Ooh, yay! Converse. Okay, we already did that. Move. I'm in handcuffs under house arrest by the crew, not to mention Susato-san's constant glares. I think it's fair to say I'm stuck in this cabin. For the time being, at least. I should focus on investigating in here to see what I can find out. Okay. Show the badge! Oh, the badge, in quotes. Susato-san, about this?
I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. But we don't have time to waste on anything else. We must find clues.
Okay, just kidding. She looks serious. Really quite deadly serious. Oh, shit. Okay, this is the same. Okay, I'm sorry. I will stop procrastinating. I will get back to work now. Oh my god. Okay. And oh hey, the guy's here. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of this scene of the crime. Excuse me. That. I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke.
He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty.
He might have useful information though, I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Night! I don't know how to say words. Of course not! He's suddenly German. Now go back to the corner of the room and make silent! I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there. He seemed a little flustered. What do you say? You're just... like... Hold on.
Нет.
Niet. That's how it's pronounced. Okay. Not 9. That's German.
Oh dear, that won't do.
Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san?
Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly.
Ah, yes, that's not good.
I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, okay. So I can go back and forth. I'm sure you're careful to look all around using that thing, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Exactly, it's been 180 by 720 pixels. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brush strokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Stop making this mistake. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Oh my god. Even though you stowed away on this ship? He asked me to come! Now you're gonna bring that up. Are you? I can't win. Okay. Yay, it shows a check mark. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt, and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there should be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. To draw a bolt across from... Huh? Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and this frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. Another glare. I feel pins and needles up and down my spine. Susato, believe us. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burya? It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Wait, Kazuma brought his sword though, isn't it? Right on the ground there? What? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or
Me? What?
I can't decide.
Oh, well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. What the heck? The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way.
And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Though he's fallen over as well.
Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked, and everything mowed down at once. The ship, like... Do ships have turbulence?
I wonder if... Perhaps it was Kazuma-sama's doing his morning sword training, do you think?
I seriously doubt it.
Then perhaps... It was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage.
I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder?
Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess.
But the crime scene, Susato, you're not supposed to disturb the crime scene. Oh well, okay. I guess it's fine. The sword on the ground here.
That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it.
What if the reason why Kazuma was killed was because one of the crewmates found out he brought a sword onto the ship, and they were like, oh, you shouldn't bring weapons onto the ship. Now you have to die. And then he got killed. I don't think that's that's what it is, but that's the stupid man's theory.
I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip.
Oh, okay. I suppose that just shows how important it was to him.
And now he's gone.
I'm not ready to let Spirit go just yet. Cosmo... What's this? Oh, this thing? What is it? What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever this thing is, it appears to have broken clean into two. What, the sword?
The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit.
I'm not sure that sounds like Cosmo. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him. Would he? Would he?
The mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It has some sort of brick-like hue.
Yeah, you're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Or dried up blood. Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty.
Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the
Floor here? I'm not a dog, Susada-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how did the plate end up on the floor? Maybe it was the same time as the books falling over. The ship did like a... right? The ship did a thing, and then it fell. Which yeah.
But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he?
No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all of them, which meant all the more for me.
Oh no! Did that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible.
Really thinks Ryu is a pet. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Oh man. This table?
There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason.
Yeah, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute.
What is it?
That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all.
So then, perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama.
No. How does... what? I'm not remembering, that's it. Not that I was the killer. Did Cosmo write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink.
He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger into the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it.
I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. It's just so messy. No, I'm kidding. Imagine you're trying to leave a dying message, but your handwriting is shit, and everyone's like, the victim did leave a message, but, you know, it's so hard to read that no one can decipher what it is. It is Russian, yeah. But it's confusing, right? Like, did Cosmo know Russian? They were learning English, and obviously they know Japanese, but does he know Russian? It's multilingual.
I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san.
Oh, what? Then what language is it? Ryunosuke, did you think it was Japanese?
pains me to admit it, but I don't know.
It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? If only I knew how to read Russian, huh? They all have no idea.
This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing.
London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. Kazuma!
It looks as though the last entry is incomplete.
What He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue.
Hiya!
What? Why?
That's out of the question.
What?
Kazuma-sama may have departed from this world, but you must not read his private thoughts.
Come on. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Besides, I'm sure Kazuma would have let us. We have best friend privilege. Alright, I won't read it. Damn, okay.
Poor Kazuma-sama.
I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Dang, okay. This way, right? So, oh, this case. Oh. No! I didn't want to click this again! I wanted to hit the case next to it! Susato is a simp! Okay. There we go. This thing.
That's a very large traveling case, isn't it?
Yeah, it carries a lot of memories for me. And it also carries me.
Memories? What do you mean?
Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case.
Ah, yes.
I see it says "this way up" in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. Oh no, did he get dropped on his head? I was turned over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here.
Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds.
Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Oh my god. Okay. Closet? Or wardrobe?
It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Norohoda-san?
I think living isn't quite the right description.
Oh, no, I suppose not. Although, it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout.
The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception.
But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin.
No, sadly not. Man. Are we gonna have, like, cause Ryunosuke has that, like, oh, I can recall a memory clearly, or something like that. Like, that's his thing. So is it gonna be like when he was in the wardrobe? Like, actually, I was asleep, but I remember. I don't know.
I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin.
Isn't that a little odd?
What do you mean?
Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Oh, could someone crawl in through the ventilator? No way, right?
Yes, it would appear to. You're right.
But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside.
That's true. Perhaps it's so that the rain and spray don't find their way don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that?
I suppose. Maybe that's it. What? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. Why is he like that? As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Yeah, especially this pose he's in right now is very European. I'm kidding.
Oh, how did he...
Looks so stupid. You noticed the man too, haven't you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall!
Suspicious and tall? Sorry, hold on, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is?
Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. Yeah, maybe it's the pose. And he is investigating Kazuma. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk? Or is he just playing on it? Playing on it? I can't tell. Yeah, he came in, he was like, oh, I'm gonna have some fun with the desk today. Okay, la-di-da. Alright, that was fun. See ya. Oh, there's a crime scene here? Oh.
Well, in that case, we must simply talk with him.
Am I just imagining it? Or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited?
By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case. If you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them.
Oh, alright then. I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself.
Oh, please do.
Okay, before we go check the suspiciously tall gentleman, I'm gonna examine the rest of this. Hi, Kokoro.
This is... yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think.
What do you mean, contraption?
I read about it in a book when I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants.
Oh, really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a try?
Yes! In the interests of cultural research, obviously.
Is anyone coming?
I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
No. I'm sure that's just that everyone's busy, that's all. My god. Oh no! I wanted to check the bed, but the bed didn't have anything that you can check. Okay. Alright. I can't... Oh, wait! I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything else. Oh, that's just the default text. Okay. I guess that is it? Alright. The lovely gentleman on the desk here. Excuse me. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. And busy.
Yes, perhaps that would be for the best.
Oh god. Greetings, I hope... What did he say? Greetings, I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? He is tall. What the hell? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You... tall people. You have been in Afghanistan. What? Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. I can't talk. Sorry, what? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Afghanistan. I added another A. Don't perceive me. Oh, well, that's true at least.
But how?
How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining.
Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else?
But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. Talking hard. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and you now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. What? Yes, I believe that summarized the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? You're gonna scare Russian. Have you seen me? Do I look like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed person? Certainly I am. His poses. Do you see another cabin? Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. If anything, it's gonna be you.
So it's true.
Susato?
It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama.
What?
And you're plotting a revolution too.
Susato!
It's shameful behavior, Naruto-san.
Absolutely wicked. We were literally in Japan a case ago, together. You know what are you talking about? No, listen, there's no way Oh.
Now explain yourself. Tell me everything.
This is ridiculous. Why does Ryunosuke Naruto sound like a Russian name?
How could you do it? How could you be Russian?
I mean, for pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously.
Oh, forgive me.
And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came to your head. But was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, anyone can deduce that if they see a very East Asian looking person aboard a ship going towards a European country in the room where a crime has taken place. What? Well, yes, maybe. Huh! There you have it, you see? What do you make of that, hmm? Well, to be honest, what I make of it is that you can, infer things? This ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of murder. Yeah, okay. Right, he was in handcuffs too. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more like plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I announce my feelings with a brassy certitude. Wow. Hello. Oh, no worries. Just come by whenever you're free and feel like it. And more often than not, I'm right. Huh. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. Oh, he took off the goggles! I am none other than the greatest detective of the centuries, known to men and women the world over. Saying words is hard. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes.
So, it's really you? The actual Sherlock Holmes?
Sherlock Holmes. The very same. The inimitable. Stop using this word. Actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san?
The most famous detective in the world? Naruto-san, of course I do! There's nobody who hasn't heard of him.
What planet have I been living on then?
We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure.
Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Why do I feel like Sholmes here is like a fake? Something is not right. Because I feel like he would be smarter. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You're German. Sherlock, was it?
No, I have no hair. I mean, hair. I have hair.
What? Please, call me Holmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication.
Oh yes, Rand's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain.
Yes, it is floating. The reason as to why it's floating is because when I drew it, I couldn't rig it properly to stay on my head and look right when I turned my head especially. So instead I just had it floating because I spent time on it and I didn't want to redraw it, but I also didn't want to not use it. So here we are! It's magic! Magic!
I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially.
Yeah, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you started to think you really are a detective? Wait. Huh? I thought the stories were based off the guy who was already a detective, and then they're like, wow, Sherlock Holmes, and then they wrote stories about Sherlock Holmes that are, right? About what he did. So, wait, why is this backwards? I'm so confused. And make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? Oh, I was like, what was the guy's name? Oh, Watson. That was, whatever. I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really, I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form.
A science?
Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. Oh. a furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few moments ago. Or a few short moments ago. How can you look me in the eye and claim that? You said I was Russian! So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Heir. It's heir, right? Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? The confidence, yeah. Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you think you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him.
When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open.
And I concealed myself among the number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Herlock Sholmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? Two facts, you say? Oh. Oh. Two facts? Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yeah, okay, they were immediately. You're so smart, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Allow me to elucidate. Stop using big words, Sherlock. Herlock. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1. The cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2. That's still the number 1. Sholmes, you have to put up another finger for it to be 2. The victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what made you think the victim was Russian? Because he wrote in Russian. Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Yeah, that's the word. So, that is a Russian word for wardrobe.
Do you really think Kazuma-sama would have left a dying message in Russian?
No! In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian. Was he? No! Incidentally, I considered— wait. It just occurred to me, what if like, oh yeah, Kazuma was actually Russian, and that thing he wanted to tell us that he couldn't end up telling us at all was that he was actually Russian. It's like, no, hold on, I need to tell you something, and then he gets interrupted, but what he was gonna say was that I'm actually from Russia. And initially, I considered Gardet Rob maybe the name of the killer. A certain Robert Gardet, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong to not look inside the wardrobe there, at least. So cursed. Where you found
Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly.
Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms had the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. Susanna, please! Use your brain! And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim in the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Okay. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yeah, Cosmo had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Cosmo...
Are you alright, Mr. Norwood?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Prior scene photograph with Russian word for wardrobe in purple ink. It would appear that they have written in the victim's final moments. Okay. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that— oh, you know, when I was— yeah. That wasn't a question. Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Some word I can't say. Certainly, if it interests you. How many times— I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. Okay. He probably just thought that he was Russian because he wrote the dying message in Russian, right? And then he was like, oh, and then you guys are wearing the same uniform, which must mean that you're also Russian. Right, and then he made up all the other stuff. Can we talk about the deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean? Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in? Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, being Russian. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads— oh, what? Revolutionary Violin Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. You thought we looked like that? Are you kidding me? This vessel made a port call in Shanghai yesterday, and last night, the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Cosmo a Russian?
It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Cosmo-sama wrote on the floor.
It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. What? Young Russian. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you. Violent Bolshevik. No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Look at how protruded his nose is. You know that's not an Asian person. I mean, well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learning to revolutionize your appearance as well. Revolutionize your appearance. Ugh, please. And, I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway.
What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower?
Ah yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds of the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik is included. There can be no mistake.
Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters? I wonder.
And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? There's no A. Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of Subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thanks. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. So where your trash can? The article, okay. An article on the front page of a Russian newspaper, headline reads, revolutionary blah blah blah, okay. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Oh, there's some lady here. I can't read it though. This is interesting.
Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san?
Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting.
I can't read a single word, I'm afraid.
No, nor can I.
But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess. Do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you?
I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you noticed the article. This article. Ah! He pushes Susato out of the way. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Shams. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Oh, last night. Renowned prima ballerina. She's a ballerina of the Novovich Ballet. I'm talking hard. Of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? Wow, a handshake? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing in her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000... Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles?
I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money.
Susato's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. She's after it. The real culprit is you, Susato. The tiara... Holy shit. The tiara is property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain.
Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country?
It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. What is this?
I'm not even gonna dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay. I see. Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Okay. Before we started talking, you were examining Cosmo's desk, weren't you? Cosmo? Oh yes, the victim. What an odd-sounding name. It doesn't sound very Russian. Yeah, you know, maybe he wasn't.
Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all?
Observe, for a moment, the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary. Cosmo was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but... I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Like the person right next to me. She might toss you onto the ground. But then again, you are Herlock Sholmes, so she might not toss you. Tragic! And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Of course she's okay with it. It's Herlock Sholmes. Susato-san? Aren't you gonna throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns?
I'm sorry, Naruto-san. What on earth do you mean?
Life is so unfair. Special treatment. There is no justice in this world. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely the diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering! Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Nado nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with complicated looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. Oh, that's a very large laugh. So, bonsai? So what was all that showing off about before then? His laugh was like very animated. It scared me.
If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes.
Susato? I'm much obliged, my dear madam.
The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound.
A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on.
The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator griddle.
Did he get killed by strangulation? By a snake? Speckled band? What on earth does that mean?
I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before.
The ventilator griddle. Grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yeah, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered. Okay. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least.
Do you have somewhere to go?
As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh. Oh, I suppose. He gets seasick if he stands still for too long on a boat? Okay.
You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to.
Or he's just being wacky. Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exhaustion. Fuck me. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Okay, but it's not like our legs are tied down. Oh, these. After all, you are the prime suspect in the matter. No? There's no point to try to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. What? You must be joking! You just said it only a moment ago that I was Russian! And killed the guy, who was also Russian. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing.
Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too.
You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. What? So what? Were you just looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are! Well, anyway. That was then and this is now. I'm so confused. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly! Roll over and accept your fate! Bro. Oh my god. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name.
Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for?
Sherlock. I'm so confused. Hmm?
We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well.
Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... What? What does throwing me on the ground help?
After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up?
You're just gonna roll over and accept your fate? Ugh. As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in the cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. What if this takedown Ryu's gonna die? The next murder suspect is Susato. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this, and bring the real culprit to justice. Is that... Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no. It's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Like maybe he was the waiter at the previous case. Excuse me, sir.
Yes? What can I do for you? His arm is still like this. I recognize that face, but it can't be. Yo, is he gonna still be okay?
It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga.
That's his name. Yo, your white shirt's gonna have red stains all over it. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped.
It nearly stopped, I hope.
Oh, nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board this ship. Again?
You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. Considering he's been outed as, like, you know, as an inspector, right? Shouldn't he not do undercover work anymore because we know his face? And it kind of ruins the point. I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Oh. Special orders. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector?
Yeah, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew?
Ellipses. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi's son's bodyguard. Wow, great job you did there. It was the Minister of Justice, Jikoku, who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jikoku said that we should be prepared for all eventualities. Eventuality. What? This is incredible.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated.
Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a verbal security escort. Or visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew.
I see.
And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time I've been on board. From morning until night, every day. So how did this happen, sir? But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first-class desk. Oh. So that because technically, yeah, it was a locked room. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san's dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize.
Inspector.
So, if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word.
Permission to investigate. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves.
I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer?
Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door.
Yes.
Oh, yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin.
I'm sorry.
What?
You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. Oh my god. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with? Do you think? I'm gonna need something persuasive. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
If I had a solid reason for why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to.
But I don't see how... There may be a way.
What? Really?
Think about how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession.
Evidence?
It's just the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use.
So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with evidence he needs to persuade the okay. I see. Oh, I forgot to do this with Herlock before. My university collar pin! Oh, oops. Inspector, can I show you this? What the? Is that a fabled Imperial Yume University pin badge? I'm not sure if it's really fabled exactly, but... So, you're a genuine student then? Sorry? Nothing like me, with my regular schooling. You're something much greater. Is that what you were trying to say? Can I have my badge back, please? We should have shown this to Sholmes. It's like, hey look, you see this? I'm not Russian. Please. Ah, this is the paper seal that was struck over the wardrobe doors this morning, isn't it? That's right, to try to stop the cabin steward opening it and discovering me. Wouldn't it have been better to write in English if you didn't know Russian? Maybe, but Ofuda paper amulets like this are a part of our culture, Inspector. And... and I thought if I made it look creepy enough, people would be too scared to want to go inside. It isn't easy being a stowaway, is it? His reaction. Have you seen this photograph yet, Inspector?
Oh dear, are you alright, Inspector?
Yes, sorry. I'm fine. I was hoping to hide my upset with a fit of coughing and spluttering. I'm usually very good at it. But trying to stifle my feelings seems to have stifled my cough this time.
It's all so sad.
Asogi-san was such a promising young man. The Empire had such high hopes for him. I had such high hopes for him, even though I'm just a detective. We're all gonna miss you, Kazuma. Kazuma! Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button.
Can I show you this newspaper, Inspector?
I'm sorry, but I can't read Russian very well.
Oh no, that's alright.
I know what it says. So you just wanted to point out your university-level linguistic talents? Is that it? Sorry? Nothing like me with my regular schooling. You're something much greater. Is that what you were trying to say? Sorry, forget I mentioned it. Osanaga. Oh my god. Is he gonna say the same thing? Sorry, I can't read Russian. Oh no, that's alright, I know what it says. Yeah. Someone is salty. What's that?
It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Strange? In what way?
He wrote, "What looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grid."
A speckled band? That is strange. Yeah, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it?
You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins
to the next door cabin.
That's right, so if we can investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was.
Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you.
Really? You're willing to do that?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove these handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I am a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I've failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you.
Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and then we can leave the cabin at last.
Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. Alright, yay! Moving! Wow. Oh, what interface?
Kazuma-sama's quarters, ellipses. First and foremost, we must get out of this cabin.
Okay. Passageway. 9th of January.
7:48 a.m. SS first class cabin passageway.
Oh, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Cause it's a boat, Yunosuke.
Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in the steerage.
Really? That must be awful. Oh. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. He looks enormous, even if he's sitting down.
The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't.
I suppose. Like people in handcuffs.
Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought that you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already.
Well, cause we've been stuck in the rooms. Susato, use your brain. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe.
It must have been a very trying time for you.
Please, don't give me that pitying look. Okay. Oh, I can't look back? Okay. Oh wait, I can move around if I'm and examine. Okay, that makes more sense. Hello, sir. Excuse me, but can I ask you something? You... You little stowaway murderer! I can't. That wasn't a good start, was it?
Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class ladies' maid? Third-class ladies' maid?
Oh.
You seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I need to drink water. I am senior crewman, Biff Stroganov. What? The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Oh, I just realized his tie is a fish. That's so cute. Mr. Stroganov, about us first-class cabin area? Here we are in the finest part of Burgas steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I am guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you?
If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied?
Da. Susato-san, did you understand that?
It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes, or no.
Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Oh, we need an invitation. Sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least.
Yeah, it's tantalizing.
Passenger? Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is very important Western gentleman. Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. Insignificant Far East Islands? That was harsh.
Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard?
That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. A ghost.
Well, presumably since this gentleman is occupying one of the first class cabins, he must be rather important, isn't that right?
That is not your business. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Da, all the time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out.
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is sad about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? I don't know how to say that. Suseta-san, did you understand that? I think it was clearly a no. Is that niet? What is it?
Нет.
Niet. Niet. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. You didn't hear anything, any strange noises? Or sense it, so anything was wrong in some way? I said, no! Sorry. Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a second there. Yeah, he was looking off to the side. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. I can't. Right. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class areas, staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. What? You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yeah, I understand. So, just say you won't escape, okay?
Good, now we can investigate this area properly, shall we?
Definitely. Okay. Door.
That's the way to the second class area of the ship.
Ellipses. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me.
I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman will surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far this there?
No, I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Cosmo's death remains a mystery anyway. Gotta solve best friend's murder first. That book on top of the table there is really huge. There's a pen with it too.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it? ... The writing is so neat and precise! Oh, this is Susato.
Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded.
You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting.
Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank.
Presumably that means there is nothing to report. Gotta catch him up. Ship section. This looks like a plan for the SS Buria. It shows each deck. Look.
The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering!
Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san.
It is?
Well, consider the Japanese archipelago.
The islands of Japan?
Yeah, they're not metal, but there are enormous lumps of earth, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the seas since the gods created them.
Well, I suppose so. I suppose that's a way of explaining things. Yeah, okay. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape. It's such a weird thing to say.
That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it.
Why do you look at an object? Wow, this object is great. It's such a pleasing shape. Oh, an alarm.
It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship, and it brings the vessel to a complete stop.
Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing now? Hold on, you mustn't touch it. But it's an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs.
You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation.
I wish everything would just stop. The ship included.
If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else.
Wise words. Is this our room, then? Or Cosmo's room? First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Okay.
Not our cabin. It's Cosmo-sama's.
Sorry?
Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside of the cabin.
You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home.
These cabins are the finest of the ship. My own cabin is in steerage is number 539, by the way.
500 and... How many cabins are there? At least 539. Did you not hear the lady? What is this on the ground?
Ah, a trap for catching mice.
Just in the middle of the hallway? Like that? What? Wouldn't, like, someone easily step on that? Shouldn't it be in the corner more? I don't know.
Yeah, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although, they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait.
Cheese.
Let me see. Yes, I think that's what they call cheese. It's made from milk of cows.
Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. Well, pluck it off and try it out, Yurinosuke.
You can't eat it, Naruto-san. That trap will snap shut on your fingers.
Really? But, I suppose you're right.
You weren't actually gonna try it, were you?
No. All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Cosmo's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe.
Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later.
I hope Ryunosuke gets to try cheese. Sometime. Oh wait, I already checked this! No! I didn't want to cut- no! Okay. No! Help me. Help me. Help me. Okay. Here we go. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Knock knock. Is anyone there?
No answer.
Shouldn't Herlock be in there? Or Sholmes?
We're out of luck, seems. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help us with our inquiries.
How annoying.
Ah!
What was that? It came from inside the cabin?
Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman.
Oh. Ah! Stand aside. Oh, what? What? Where did you come from? I'm about to break the door down. I don't know what happened to your voice.
Mr. Sholmes!
I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Reminds me of Phoenix Wright.
Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted.
It it doesn't. Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about the stress relief. 9th January. SS Buria, first class cabin number 2. Oh! Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. He kind of looks like the guy in the paper, but his face isn't as chiseled. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there is nobody but me in this cabin. True. The old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out! All of you! Now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsley Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are... I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I'm a great detective amongst great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe at this time. So, might I be so bold to ask you to open that small traveling case? You think there's a woman in there? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Bro, don't look at me. Oh.
Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, the case just shook. Leave, now! Otherwise I'll call the steward! So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. Roylott? Oh, Roylott. Whatever. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something.
I couldn't agree more. Let's see.
How did you read my thoughts?
Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns.
I thought he was trying to get us to leave. How are we talking to him? Okay. Hey, you know, I'm a student. Oh, okay. I'm a student. Mr. Roylott, what do you make of this? Listen, do you know why I am wearing these dark glasses? No, not really. So I do not have to look at things I do not want to look at. Do you understand me? I wish I could point out that you can still see things even when wearing sunglasses, but his chilly air has frozen my lips shut. Okay, actually, let's just talk to him first. Wait, no. Last time when I just talked to Sherlock, I missed a chance to present stuff, so I'm gonna do this. Have you seen this before? I've never seen those strange letters before in my life. It says keep out in Japanese. I haven't heard of that language. Seriously? Is the Empire of Japan really that insignificant on the world stage? What was the thing he said for insignificant Eastern islands? Oh wait. Here. This word was written on the floor in ink, next to where the man died, as if he wrote it in his last moments.
It's Russian, isn't it? We believe it means wardrobe. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Could you tell us how it's pronounced, please? Thanks. Oh, that was pointless. It is very sad. Sorry? The steward told me he was a young man. Yeah, he was my best friend.
It's a terrible tragedy.
Man. Cosmo. We have this Russian newspaper here. I have the same newspaper in my cabin. Maybe they give it to all first-class passengers. Well, neither of us speak a word of Russian, so we can't read it at all. Would you mind telling us what this article is about? If you do not speak Russian, you do not need to know what it is saying. Really? Russian must be a cold. Well, it is cold. And the feeling, yeah. Is this the same? I'm guessing, yeah, it is. Okay. Cosmo's Diary. Have you seen this? I do not know what that is. I don't know what that is. I can't read it. It's a travel diary written by the man who was killed. It's in Japanese. I haven't heard of that language. Oh, is that the same? I guess that's the same. Okay. Talking. Last night. Mr. Voilet, we'd like to ask you about something. No! Oh. I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now! Oh, this is going terribly. His accent isn't even Russian.
We're not getting anywhere here.
I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Why is he in there? Perhaps the great detective can get somewhere with Mr. Roylet. Okay, so is he just not gonna say anything to us? Yeah, okay. We gotta talk to Sherlock. Why is he in the closet? Okay. Boop. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? Can you please get out of the closet, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course.
Resting?
Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service.
Oh.
And it would seem the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on. For once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylet, is clearly trying to hide something. The newspaper? Was he cutting the news? And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Okay. Though it should be pointed out that such missions are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
Oh yes, please!
Okay. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. I didn't read that incorrectly, right? There's just 3 greats in there? Okay. Alright. Okay. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? He wants to be- oh sh- I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone.
That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on a first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake. It is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment.
Shh! I must have complete silence. Okay. Oh, what are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylett, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you really realize you have been discovered. Does it Does it not?
Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes.
That was a great deduction?
Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What? What ineffable twaddle.
Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand.
Oh,
this is like a dream come true.
I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylett's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I quarterly invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Ooh, the great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Old man's identity. Conclusion. Oh. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylett. Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us right in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away that copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you decide to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylett? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page art. Is he gonna say he's trying to cut away his beard so that he doesn't look like the evil guy who killed... Though he doesn't look like the assassin? Oh, or it's that. Which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylett. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Violent Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. His transitions onto the screen are so good. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of that article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove the incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. Is he gonna also say he's this guy? You are the future of some Russian revolutionary himself, Vilen Bolshevik. The dev's favorite. Yeah. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. A revolutionary on the run. Something's off. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylet. Taken unawareness, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the fugitive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse! What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation. A young lady, perhaps. Are you sure? You sure about this, Sholmes? Are you sure? One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd! And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Oh my god, he's gonna say it's the ballerina! Dear me. We are not well suited for a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup de something betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeting revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction! And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. Sholmes, oh my god. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elementsky. Elementsky? Is that a word? I get the feeling he's wrong. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know? But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all, go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but... these two men look nothing like each other! Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at that time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, will be able to revolutionize his own appearance. Yeah, but you also said that that guy was me, so wait, who is...
In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylet does look more like this man than you do.
That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Oh, and another thing about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You would be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child in that case, even if you pushed really hard.
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I?
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out of the case.
10 years worth. I need to stop taking screenshots. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain, litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case.
Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
This whole thing is turning into a circus.
Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions right now.
I can't talk.
I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off.
So basically, he's, there's like that one meme of, it was like a teacher grading a student's paper. It was like, you used the wrong equation, but you got the right answer. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Mrs. Sato.
It's just one or two keywords in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch some keywords in his deductions.
Yeah, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought I was going through with my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Yeah, they're still cuffed. Oh, what?
What? Where are your handcuffs?
Huh? How did... I felt they might hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. Dance of deduction? I don't believe it.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel.
And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. Dance of deduction. Yeah. So let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Hey, course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. Right, so the dubious-looking Russian Mr. Royalist, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves why you could possibly want with such an implement. The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. Oh, he said he was gonna cut the beard. To cut away that copious beard you sport. Okay.
I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylet either.
Which means, I suppose, that deduction is wrong.
Let's try to switch a key word here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylet.
I wonder if it's really his beard he tended to use those shears on.
Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems fit, It seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholm's deduction better.
Then what?
Then I'll leave the rest to your capable hands,
Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we can even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylet going to use those enormous shears for? Oh. Copious thick hat. Copious beard. Coat buttons. Can I go down? Ooh. Oh. Whoa, wait, what the hell is this behind him? What is this? Gold. This is his hair? He has long. What is. What? He has such long hair. And it's blonde? I thought it was gonna be the newspaper, but I can't seem to go down to where the newspaper is. Coat buttons. Okay, I'm guessing it's not the newspaper then. What the hell is this? What the? What's this?
It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks.
No, the color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylet's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Oh, yeah! I just realized he has hair on top of the hair.
Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising.
Something's definitely not right here. Oh, I can observe it. Okay. Oh, I kind of want to see what it says for the other things. Thick hat.
It's a very thick hat, isn't it? Ah, that's the secret, you see, Naruhodo-san. Don't you know?
A secret? What?
Well, before we left Japan, I took some time to study various foreign countries. Russia is the land of unimaginable cold. And a thick hat is the secret to keeping warm. Without one, I read that your brain would freeze. That was just one of the many fascinating snippets of information in Oh Mother, Not Russia.
I think you maybe picked up the wrong book there. Oh my god. What else is— oh, the coat buttons. I'm sorry, navigation is hard for me because the stick on my controller is bad.
Are you looking at the buttons on this coat?
Could it be that Mr. Roylet was planning to cut these off?
Oh, why?
Well, when you're wearing thick gloves, it can be very hard to undo buttons. So you cut them off and you can never use it again. It's a one-time use coat.
Then couldn't you just take off your gloves first?
Ah, so he was going to use the scissors to cut his gloves off then.
Wow, you're just like Sherlock. I want you to take a deep breath and look at this from a fresh perspective, Naruhodo-san.
Oops, I think she's angry. Okay, I think it's the hair.
Yes!
Golden locks. Oh! You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified a precise detail I was intending to expose. Oh my god, that was so cool! What? Yunosuke! Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much is in her youth. Oh wait, so it's the ballerina disguised as an old man? I just realized it was laggy for a bit, sorry. But yeah, so that's why we heard a woman scream. It's cause this is a girl. Say it in the first place, right? If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you decide to rid yourself of those magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Okay, so... well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that?
Yes, it was a surprise. Naruhodo-san, you're enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry?
You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing facts with Mr. Sholmes.
I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything, I'm very sure. This is strictly business, not
Yes, I understand. Say no more.
Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now.
No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylet is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now.
Yes.
Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them.
For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Okay, the back side of this. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button. Here we go.
Yes!
Article about the ballerina. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear that we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Oh. Oh my god. Oh shit. Wait, hold on. How did her whole body change, though?
You're right.
Shit. I don't know how to do a female Russian accent.
My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone.
Ballerina on the run. Solved. Oh, wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Yeah. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a yeah. And I assure you, I speak much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. Okay. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crimes is before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. Okay, so it's not the traveling case. This woman's a ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well.
No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all.
In which case, what is the crime the young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again.
You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san.
Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Okay, something else. So it's not the traveling case, but it was moving before. Oh wait, there's a crown. Okay, you can see instantly that no person can possibly fit inside there. So does that tell us that Miss Pavlova's telling glances in this direction was focused on something else? It's true though, it doesn't make sense.
What do you mean?
Well, if there's nothing incriminating inside this case, why does she refuse to let us look inside?
Yeah, I wonder why. Perhaps she has a perfectly harmless reason, though.
It actually holds her embarrassing something. It has all her bras. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara! Including the bra that she bought for like $50 at Victoria's Secret, and then had never had a chance to wear it, and now she regrets paying that much money for that bra. Yeah.
I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, you think? Oh, Naruto-san, try it on!
What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful.
Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. Okay. What else can we check here? Seems to be... oh, wait. Waste paper basket.
The waste paper basket?
Let's have a little look inside.
Naruto-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know?
Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, those are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly, we have no choice. Oh, it's just paper. There's hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
Okay, let's get the tiara.
Yes!
Boom! The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Nobovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft.
Oh no!
Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you.
I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone. And I need the money! But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me.
That girl is only 15 years old. Oh right, she's only 15, holy shit. And she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely.
Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding now.
Come, let us not be hasty.
What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
Oh, you have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish for it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have even laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup whatever betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the right answer. Yes, the reason for why you refuse to open the case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now.
I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you?
He's not adapting it very well, though. Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her.
Yeah, that's true. But still, Miss Pavlova clearly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn.
I agree, that's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Okay. So it's not the books on the shelf. What else? Can I... Okay, so this is all one entity, books on a shelf. Small picture. What is that?
This is a charming little picture, isn't it?
What is it? Someone climbing a steep mountainside? Is it?
Or descending one, it seems to me.
When you've been on the flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. I did not see anything. Okay. Oh, the door? Or the rules of passage?
These are the rules of passage for travel abroad, the SS Buria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
Oh. Is it like a... What? Oh wait, it might be a pet inside the case? Then that's probably why it was moving. There's exactly the same notice in our cabin too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules.
Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe in our home. You'd probably be left to drift in the freezing cold ocean, or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end.
So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? It's the revolution guy. At least our initial deduction was wrong. It was actually they swapped places. The revolution guy jumps out of the case. Like, holy shit. It's a metal door, the same as Kazuma's cabin.
Yeah, and the rather slim bolt is the same as well.
Well, if Miss Pavlova was actually glancing over the door instead of the bookcase, that would suggest a desire to run away from this cabin.
Maybe.
I don't think that's it. I think it's this one, because I think she might have something, some animal.
Yes!
Right? Come swinging in Ryunosuke. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. Oh-ho. And as we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage a pet?
Oh!
Oh my god, the wire is so dorky. The dance. It's cute. Possession of a prohibited animal. Wow, look at him go. Deduction complete. Elementary. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were.
No,
I am not Grimsby Roylott.
My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet, to a woman, her hair is no trifling matter. my personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? Wasn't it just her? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure that they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw it in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they'll find me. They would find me. So I decided to cut off all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and...
At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door.
Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time. And be like that sometimes. Are those two even talking about the same thing?
There's just one more thing I'd like to know.
What exactly do you have inside your traveling case?
You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world.
The whole world.
Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say any of the crew.
Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night.
Yes, alright. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholm's great deduction?
It was certainly something, yes. Please release the pet. Are there even air holes in there? I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us she knows. Oh, tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yeah? What? Observe your wrists. Oh, he put them back on! We're back.
Your hands are cupped again.
What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. Ugh. When and why?
There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Ugh. Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what this speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was.
Did she have a snake in the cave? Like, yeah, right? Okay, let's present stuff again, cause... Hey, look at this! Can I show you this? I'm actually a university student from the Empire of Japan, you see?
That means nothing to me.
No, why would it?
Mr. Naruhodo, if you're determined to flaunt your Yume badge, at least choose a Japanese person who might recognize it.
Miss Susato, can I just show you this?
Maybe later.
Oh, I can show Inspector Hosonaga too. Oh yeah, we did. Oh my god. Miss Pavlova, would you take a look at this? Okay, I'm guessing she doesn't know.
I don't know. I don't know anything. Mr. Naruhodo, you're frightening the poor girl!
Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to. Okay. Okay, this is all the same. Miss Pavlova, about this article. Did you know about this merciless revolutionary already? No. But when I saw the picture, I couldn't believe it. He looks just like me in my disguise. Huh? Am I the only one around here with eyes? The other man is the one wearing the brown. He also said so. He said we look the same. Yeah, he says a lot of things, but I have a strong feeling that besides you and the great detective, you won't find another soul in this ocean who thinks there's any similarity there at all. Mr. Naruhodo, I won't allow you to speak ill of Mr. Sholmes. No, I wouldn't dream of it. Oh my god. Oh, oops, wrong thing. Miss Pavlova, about this article. You look so beautiful, like a fairy. I'm scared. If my picture is in the newspapers... You poor girl. She's so young, just 15 years old. For her to have run away all by herself, she must have felt very, very alone. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yeah, he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then, a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to his cabin, you see? It's up there on the wall. In other words, his cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Sure doesn't seem like it. Oh, also I wanted to check the people. When he was taken from the 23. Cosmo. Susato is 16. She's like, wow, she's so young, just 15 years old. Girl, you're only 1 year older. Okay. Herlock Sholmes. He's 34. There's not a person in the world who hasn't heard of this famous great detective. Not a person except me, apparently. Satoru Hosonaga. Yeah. Biff Stroganov. A real wall of a man, and a senior member of the Russian crew who's in charge of security around the first class cabin. Grins very violet. An older Russian gentleman. Yeah, okay. Young ballerina who's fled her homeland in Russia to escape. Yeah. Okay. I see. Converse. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? The crew looks like he has a blush. Yeah, he has like... Yeah, he does. He's also striped for some reason. One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps its steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened? Miss Pavlova? Is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and
whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life.
You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin.
Oh, so the crew also knows then. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Narkoda?
Me? Oh, well, yeah, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Right, so the crew let her on the ship, so they must know that this is her. Oh, maybe that's why the guy outside with the stripes before, like he looked away when we were talking about this cabin. That's probably why he knew that it was her hiding in here. Water. Sorry. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Berea stopped by no port last night.
That's it, of course.
Oh. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard?
Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
Oh, that's why it's been so quiet next door. Because Ryunosuke was like, oh, I didn't hear anything in the cabin next to me for 2 weeks. Probably because it was just empty. Okay. Because that is not your business. Yeah, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something.
An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry? What was that?
It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here, too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel.
What? What? Huh? What? Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Shums,
what accent?
Mr. Shums once said, I never can resist the touch of the dramatic.
It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Sure. Yeah, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Oh. Friend. Let him out of the suitcase! So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious...
Then the burly Russians will bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt.
Oh!
So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. Good job.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
Shakes head. Maybe a adorable little rabbit? Another shake of the head. Huh, you credit Russia with a land of small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken!
Really?
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So, you eat your friends. I'll remember that. No, it's not. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't trust us yet. Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylon. Oh. Yes, that... Oh, wow, she's fast! Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I will come now. There they go. Oh. What? You must leave, now. Oh, no, it's fine, don't mind us.
Yeah, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylet. We'll just stay in your room while you are not here.
Don't worry! Get out! The passenger said out, or do you want me to throw you out? Oh, it looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
Wow, after all that work... And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued. So how long has that been? Oh, so about 3 hours for part 1 of investigation?
Gee, why are you only using one save? Aren't you supposed to use multiple saves?
No. 9th of January, S's Buria. First class cabin passageway.
I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine...
Oh.
that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go?
Oh, yeah, he's completely disappeared.
He, like, sometimes appears and then sometimes disappears. So weird. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Okay. Would you let us in? I really wish we had a chance to look around Miss Pavlova's cabin. He's a wild one. But why do you look like that? You want something? Hmm? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, hmm? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I'll show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Where do lobsters spend winter? Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face.
I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san.
Okay, this... Okay, I already checked. I guess we can check our cabin again. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. Oh, okay, this is the same. Oh, we should probably find him and ask. Inspector Hosonaga?
That door leads to the second class area.
Sorry. It's locked. I can't open it.
No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape.
Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Okay. Then now what? Oh, I have to move back to the thing, right? Oh wait, I can't go in here. January. SS Buria, first class, cabin number 1. Looks like they're still investigating here.
Yeah, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed.
What do you mean, unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yeah. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Is he even here? Hello, sir. You! Where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Fine, who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him into cold room. He's come back to guarding the door.
I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account.
Well, he's gonna be rolled into a ball in a cold room. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival.
That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san.
Okay. Bookshelf? All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf.
They were all over the place when I first looked around, if you remember.
Oh yeah, and you tidied them up, didn't you?
You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins lead to damage.
But it really wasn't me who knocked them over.
Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy.
So the other room also had this bookshelf, and the books were also untidy, as they call it, or like laying on the side. Which leads me to believe that it really was just like, you know, the ship moving around or something that caused the books to fall. So it's clear that these letters were written with ink and somehow spilt on the floor. And they spell a Russian word for wardrobe.
It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. Yeah, someone trying to frame us! Okay, this is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. 1:23 AM, I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Oh, Kazuma-sama left with us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. Okay. Yeah. Oh! There he is! Okay, this is all checked, right? This is all the same. Oh wait, I can check this again. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yeah, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Yeah, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people on board would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that just didn't sit right with me. Oh god! You're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When they told the captain that I had given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash. He must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Oh god. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh! I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Airlock Shones. I don't think he was German though. That explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? You ballet fan. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, come on. Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed. Ozanaka is also a wild one. Oh, that's not a one. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. New information? What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The
Burya's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report. Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken. Maybe it was the snake. Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. But it would bruise, though, a blunt object.
All the body's nerves run through the spine. Through the spine to the brain. A strong impact to the neck can induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left.
Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I?
Ah.
Susato? The post-mortem report has been... cervical spine injury, there are no traces of external injury or poison. Okay. Is Susato feeling guilty for not trusting us before? The great detective.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, wasn't he?
Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored.
Did he say anything at all?
Actually, now that you mention it, yeah. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. "It's shoe polish!" was all he said. Oh, the brown splotch? Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see? Shoe polish.
Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Ah, yes, that must be it.
But how can Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish?
The smell? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. He tasted it.
What is it?
What is it, Susato-san?
Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? A sort of brownish red, then. Darkish brownish red.
Yeah, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him.
Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Okay. That is really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yeah, that might be for the best. Thank you.
Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You are his friends. The truth is, I seem to have a heavy head ever since I woke this morning.
A heavy head? That's interesting.
My head's still throbbing too. Okay. feel like we talked to everyone. Oh. It really is such a beautiful color, the glass. Looks like whatever it has been broken, whatever it was is broken cleaning too. The other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's this brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about.
I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes.
Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else?
Because he's a great detective, of course.
That's hardly a reason, is it? What else in this room? Am I able to go outside? Will there be more things outside and... January, SS, hurry out first, Gavin, passage, way!
Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Strognov is gone!
Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor who is always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
Oh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Wow, handshake. Ellipses? Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. I did it! The great detective! Oh no, it's him, isn't it?
This caroling. I know that lark-like voice.
Well, never mind that for now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Strognov, not stringy knot. Oh, wait, there are clothes in the closet now. There weren't clothes there before. Oh wait, and the suitcase is open. The pet, yeah! The Pete. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato's oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things!
There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right. For Cosmo's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at the port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really? Me? You trust me?
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san, by ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will.
Naruhodo-san, are you there?
Sorry, I'm right here, yes. Why?
Oh, good.
I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know? I'm not Herlock Sholmes.
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone can fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Oh. Right.
Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open!
It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction,
She was hiding her special friend in there. Yeah, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? All the books have been toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Cosmo's cabin. No, in Cosmo's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. What are you talking about? Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know? Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Okay. Ah yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman is strong enough doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yeah, so do I. The door! This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anyone can enter the cabin from outside. Yeah, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No. What? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater from coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Okay. The vent? So this ventilator connects to Cosmo's cabin next door. Yeah, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. There's one of these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. Oh, she pulls it. She barely hesitated there. And she gave it a good tug, too. Is anyone coming? No? No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Okay. Here? There were just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. Oh my god. We're here? It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. The natural conclusion, he says. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either. It could be... It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? They're very thirsty. Jesus Christ. I wonder what this little saucer thing is doing on the floor. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Do you think... The pet? Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above you? No. What, a leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there is a little leak on the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Trash? I suppose every captain has a wastepaper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Oh, shall we have a little look? Naruhodo-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know? Oh, she's looking at me like she's... like I'm... Yeah, this is the same. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Yeah, okay, it's all the same. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. What am I missing? I feel like you checked everything. Oh! Oh my god. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look! Oh right, he was singing before. Wow, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a book. Oh, stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Stealing a book. Stealing a look. Tra-la-la-la-la-lee-lay, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. He's camouflaged. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there were doubts, it's lucky airlock was about. Excuse me? I solved it all and nice to talk. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Whoa! Oh my god. What is it? You want to fight? Or is it Russian? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climatic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop, so I figured now is a good time as any. Oh my god. It doesn't really look like he's trying to punch. Like, in the middle there, it just looks like he's dancing. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now can you put those fists away? Oh my god. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, so much. Yeah. You seemed to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily-built crewman who is usually good on guard here.
Oh, yeah, the ship's log.
And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries were blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Bro. Sorry? Your logic, my boy. It's inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem that the same crewman oft stands sentry in the first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes.
Nothing to report.
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean...
Yes. There were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Your mental file. My court record, yes. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes brilliance. Ooh, ouch. Are you okay? What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. What? Wow, we're all throbbing. Don't take that on cousin. Well, my friends, until next encounter. Why do all of us have headaches? Like, my initial thought, because I was thinking about the books being toppled, right? And in my head I was like, oh yeah, it was probably the ship moving around, and then that ended up toppling the books over, right? And then I was like, maybe the throbbing head situation was because the ship was moving around. Everyone banged their heads on the wall while they were asleep, and that's why everyone's head hurts this morning. I know, I'm a genius. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just... well, I feel the same.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache.
Wow, yeah!
A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too? What is the throbbing? What is throbbing? Okay, so I think the move gives us a hint as to where we need to go. Oh, ding!
Ah, what's that?
Shut down the engines immediately! Vessels sighted a quarter-mile forward. Full stop! Hard to starboard! All hands, brace for impact! What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship.
What? Oh
I can't stand. Susanoo-san, hold on to me. Ah! Oh god. Susanoo-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine, thank you. Naruhodo. Oh, things are falling over. Yeah, so maybe it was the ship being, or like, you know, the ship moving around that toppled the books, right? Was that also why people's head hurts, though? It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yeah, the ship has come to the stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt? I see. Okay. I see. Is that how it got locked again? So, okay. Okay. So maybe it's not a snake coming out of the ventilation and then somehow breaking Kazuma's neck. But his door could have just been unlocked. Someone walked in, broke the neck, and then by chance, like, the ship did the thing, you know, where, like, it had to turn hard, right? And then the bolt just locked itself again. Okay. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susanoo-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you gonna open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop to have solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be— What? This feels like a Danganronpa body discovery announcement. What the— What? I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. What? 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 Why is this to be continued? What? What? Okay, alright. Why was part 2 super short? Wait, I saved. Okay. Okay. The two games collab. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susanoo-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. Oh, we were caught. That's what. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Oh, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. False report? Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This is first-class area. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder, dressed in all black, You are the devil!
Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first.
You opened my traveling case! How could you?
What? No, we didn't touch it.
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector...
Yes?
Arrest this man! I know he did it! He is a criminal! Is it not enough that he has killed a man?
Wait, I thought you believed in us.
Ah, and he stole away as well! If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
It was a chicken?
Take him away, he is a trespasser as well as everything else.
Aren't you also a trespasser?
Stowing away, trespassing, killing! She is right, you are a devil!
This doesn't look good, does it?
There is a cell below deck. Throw him in! Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police.
Wait, a cell?
Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately! Oh my god. Okay. Wow, you're so tiny. Look how short she is. Wow, tiny girl. What the fuck? Why are you here? Why are you like that? What's happening? Oh my god. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. He's wearing the tiara! Mr. Scholz? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Why were you on the clothing hanger, though? Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? It isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Well, why are you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally. What? I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than the hook on the wall next time. What is the report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean only one thing. Can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on the vessel, the steamship Burya, has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. See, what? Ha! You have solved it! Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found the criminal in the wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. And that means the culprit must be someone who's inside the cabin.
Yeah, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
Duh, lock the room! That is point!
The room was locked.
Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You all are quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called lock room at all. What? What? Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. He's gonna say the ventilator, man. Man? Ventilator? Ha ha ha! You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole! That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. That's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 AM, I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 AM, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is this very cabin. Or is in... wait. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I'm ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Ah, what the... It is a snake, but why is it on him? Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. Okay. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Yeah. It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm?
Yeah, you're right.
Sorry. Sorry. I choked on my spit.
Yeah, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you?
I can't be your way. I die. It's like, it seems that the victim choked on their own spit and passed away. You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap in which the culprit wishes you to fall?
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
How exactly? I think perhaps it's time I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life.
No.
She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. I mean, she was already white as a bowl of rice, but... Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. The This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asoki? Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh, here we go again! The Great Deduction. Oh boy. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago, you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Aching heart. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So, we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Such big word. Why naturally it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I expected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. Quandary? The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. Is that guy gonna be okay? What explanation then can we give, pray? Pray, what was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. It has nothing to do with all this. Any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary, even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying to, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's slawed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side of the bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman, who was about to lose his life, as a speckled band. Did they shed that? Maybe it was just timing? Like it just so happened to also be time for it to shed. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it slows the skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine that it would be found in the deepest depths of India. India? A beloved speckled snake. How Mr. Asoki died. Oh, he's gonna say the snake bit him, right? Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there is no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous veins will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made a note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend.
Train?
Indeed. You'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. Listen for signs of life. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you release the snake once more. What? Do you deny the snake has undergone such training?
It's not true.
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Death by a venomous snakebite. I think Sherlock is losing his voice. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Okay, time to fix it. The shocked expressions. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Ryunosuke, really? Come on, use your head. Amazing, your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it is nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand.
Could I venture on an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just about your deductions before.
Ryu's just happy to have the blame be shifted.
Some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method, and we will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madam.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Ah.
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see? So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake to using milk as a reward.
No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah.
Yeah, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal the snake by whistling.
But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sound of a flute?
I think perhaps the performance played their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
There is one other thing.
You have more?
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake can manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins.
Then it should try harder.
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine that the snake could have had a part in this.
Just try hard. Yeah.
I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, you don't mean...
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions, and then turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I
had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? Oh, they're gone again. You've done it again.
The handcuffs are gone.
Where'd they go? Fear not. I shall see that they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Take 2. Yeah! Course correction.
Hold it, Mr. Sholmes.
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. You cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Aching heart.
She does have a pain expression on her face.
Oh, she does have a pain expression.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that right? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment
and really look closely at Miss Pavlova. Aching heart. Wrist? Right ear. Oh, what? Claw scratch?
Oh, Naruto does not look.
Sorry.
That looks to be a very painful wound.
It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too.
Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
It's probably this then, right?
Yes!
Yes!
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, the claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, the simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night?
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
And is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death? So, we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Yeah. So, in this case, it's not the snake, but the guy, right? Seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they?
No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow.
Well then, wait, no, but it wouldn't be the guy either, because what? Then if the snake isn't her pet, then what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer.
Is it Stroganoff? And oh, there's a picture here of her with a cat! Look! Aw, cute! Oh, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. Little kitten. Look at this! Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here.
Oh, what a cute little kitten!
It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san, for the blackest outfit? A black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. Okay, wait, I actually want to check what it says if I click on Stroganoff. There's no doubt, is there? She looked in this direction. Straight as Seaman Stroganoff.
Well, they do seem to be friends of some sorts, but I can't imagine how he could possibly fit through that ventilator.
Don't forget that I managed to fit inside Cosmo's trunk when we first boarded the ship.
I would ask what that proves, but
I think an equivocal little smile would be effective. What? Okay, and then the cat.
Yes!
Without doubt, that your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh no!
The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. Right. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be a snake's sloughed skin. Okay, so it's not a snake skin.
Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back.
If she just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known.
Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Shollen's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
I thought deduction was his specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake.
In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Can't see. Well, it's speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort, and it looks like a handle at one end. A cat toy? Cat toy or a whip, but I think it looks like a cat toy. I think it might be a cat's toy. Wow, handshake. This is sort of common in the West, apparently. Oh wait, that was... Okay, how is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Okay. So, cat's toy.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely in the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat toy to incite the creature to return. Where's the cat? Yeah, right? But the cat couldn't climb back up, can it? In summary, the nature of this friend that Miss Pavlova, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blith, some Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. God! A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Okay.
It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand, and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty.
So it was a cat. How did that lead to him dying, though? Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? Ellipses. According to the data which have been verified, no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. It's not, though.
What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body.
That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Oh wait, actually, I can check these. Oh. Wait, return to question, okay.
Yes!
Post-mortem report. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other.
neck was...
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganov isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury's out. Anyway, we have a good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. No. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone.
Yeah, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though.
Presumably Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. Darka's a cat! How would a cat be able to break your neck?
Suppose it's possible they had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
He sees a cat and gets scared, and he trips and falls on the floor and breaks his neck? And that's how he died? No way. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it.
It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Isn't it this? The mark on the floor?
Yes!
Yes! An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. Okay. And the color of the polish is the perfect match to the color of Mr. Asoki's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asoki must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped.
But please, no.
And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell onto the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life.
No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asoki lost his life?
Yes, the facts are...
Oh, yes, the facts are clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now, your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the traveling case. Okay, so it was not this.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama's merely tripped over and now he's no more?
It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened.
But...
And if this part of Mr. Sholm's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Okay, so it's not this. It's probably not the tiara again, right? But there were only 3 things here. It was the tiara, the traveling case, and the freaking waste bin.
This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first class cabins have one. Only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet.
Oh, what's that?
It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, maybe... Oh, perhaps it's more than your mind is simply playing tricks on you. Okay.
Yes!
So is the glass thing like part of the cat toy or something? That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object. It would seem one that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asoki's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no! So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of the glass object? That part of the glass object, which was evidently broken at some scene of the victim's death. At the scene of the victim, I can't talk anymore. Should be found in a waste paper basket in your cabin. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
I don't
know, in that hushed Russian accent of yours. Won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be... Is there anything here? Oh, wait, it's on the cat. Duh. Okay.
Yes!
How did I not notice that before? If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. So it was, but, so, there's no way, right? That the truth is just Kazuma got scared by a cat, fell over and broke his neck, and then died?
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Death by tripping over a cat. Deduction complete. Elementary. Sorry. I need water. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that is how you acquainted the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it?
Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It is a precaution, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, it must be sleeping.
So at that point you thought it was safe to try to lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin.
Darka always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So, faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a prosperity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. And then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. Vess's Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. Right, but then where's the cat now? So Mr. Osagi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet. The combination of unfortunate factors could easily cause him to fall over. Really? But what became of the kitten afterwards?
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
Turned British for a second. Goodness gracious, that cat is insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. He's self-aware.
When I woke up this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship? I like how he's patting it. Oh, I didn't say? Is it his? Snake is my friend. His name is Piero... I don't know, man. His name is, Pizarro. What? What? That snake belongs to you? Smile. He escaped from cave when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yeah, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ah, we are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Pizarro does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless. Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. He has boyfriend. Oh, oops. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Huh. Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid story. Pew eats mouses. Big fat round mouses. Ah. Oh, so is that what the mouse trap in the passage way out there is for? Of course! How else can I get my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in the eyes right now. Is Sholmes okay? His eyes have disappeared. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. It's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? He fell over. Wait, let me see it on the other screen. Because it's slightly laggy and it plays back. I want to see him fall over again. It's not my fault. I do not make up story. But it's nothing to do with this incident. So, that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. He just tripped and fell. Are you serious? Wait, then what about the whole letter setup?
Miss Pavlova? I understand that the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize, but please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But...
What are you talking about, Miss Mikotova? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident.
I'm no great detective like Mrs. Shell.
Why does she suddenly have an accent?
I'm no great detective like Mrs. Shelms. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that it was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
To be perfectly honest, yeah. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outlanding issues on this matter. Oh! I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. Gee thanks, I feel really great about myself. I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again. When did he do that? Especially as they are on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I can resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Yeah, close. Was he not? Yes. Cosmo was my closest friend. He was my best friend! I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. We must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, whatever that might be. The key to this is the discrepancy, his BF. in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. Oh, the truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Because of, Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruto.
So then, shall we begin? Yeah. What should we ponder first? Is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yet, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's what really happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. Oh, that was Hosonaga speaking before. Oops, sorry. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. Evidence is right here in Cosmo's cabin, it's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. Okay. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere. Wasn't it this? The fact that he has got this, like, Russian thing on the situation?
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Oh, I don't know what. Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained here. Oh, he died immediately, right? Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Oh. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead.
That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found with Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What?
So, Susato-san has noticed it too, then.
Remnant? What? Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this is no accident. In other words... Wait, what? I don't know this one. His diary? No. No. Wait. Proves it was no accident. Hold on, let me wait, let me save. Wait, proves it was an accident. Not the bell. Instant death. No. Oh god, I don't... Shit. What? Another piece of evidence presumes no accident. Not... no... Okay, maybe it's the diary? I can't think of anything else.
Yes!
What point are you trying to make with that evidence? Okay, it's not. I think... I think that you are starting to see nothing of the sort. And that was the evidence to prove it. Oh no! My perfect record of not losing points. Okay, I don't know how to navigate things. Okay, so it's not the diary. No accident, in other words. Not these newspapers. We already did the photo. Shiplog, no, that doesn't have mark on the floor. No. I'm lost. I am lost. I'm lost. Okay. Wait up. History? Because after he couldn't have found her, it's already dead. It's not the only reason either. Crime scene photograph. Okay, he wrote the word road trip, but that couldn't be work because he has the autopsy report says it shouldn't be, right? That's not the only reason. Something else, a remnant of something that couldn't have possibly been there. If what? It's a remnant. So is it the bell? Remnant of something that couldn't have possibly been there. Oh, it is. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's what really happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Oh, okay. Oh. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that wastepaper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh, no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asuki died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. That same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Gah! Yes, there was someone else present, Mr. Asuki's—
Hold it!
You're wasting time! Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? It was us. Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. It? And only other person in cabin with, well, when young student died was you.
Yes!
Yes, it was me. It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message. To be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been sleeping there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of evidence, all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. Oh. This game will nitpick. Shulms is actually doing us a favor. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast a light on the floor there. Little wonder then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganov. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills, and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was a dancer on the ship, a member of the ship's band. Oh, what, really? You do not accuse the ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that's not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, per se, pray? How can you be so sure? You're a great detective, you should know. Look, through thin eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into the cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Niet, it's impossible. Oh, he's right.
But wait, I read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around the door latches so they can open and close them from the outside.
Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not bond doors. Why would she bring that up when she's the one who constantly told us, yeah, we can't use the thread method? Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect from any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap in sight, no threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Susato-san, how could you sift it onto me like that, bro? So Seaman Stroganov had a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I can bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind, having been used before. But I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? Way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Shulms means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of this method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. The bookshelf.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See all the books and things have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe... Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects.
Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't her book, at least. Well, whatever it's called, it's the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase. Also made something else in the cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door! It's very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into the cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Flashback. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Takasaka. Hello, Yori.
Oh, yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door.
Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asugi was killed? Da! The SS Bria made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over.
Oh, yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then, when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had been toppled over, just like in Mr. Asugi's cabin.
Oh my!
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You said Bruya made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageways outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm?
Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewmen to raise the alarm. Right, but if the alarm sounds, like, wouldn't people hear it though? The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed, it did indeed a little earlier today. He pressed the button earlier. He was the one who... okay.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship! I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. You're not questioning who rang the bell. I guess not. I guess we'll get to it later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider...
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what had happened to Mr. Asoki, did the ship make an emergency stop? Or did it not?
You are idiot! Bruya is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make an emergency stop, even in the middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere. What the emergency? Oh, it's true. It seems like whenever they do this emergency stop thing, you just stop it, and then people go crazy, and then they're like, okay, time to go on. Like, what? What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. I mean, someone did die. I mean, we have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Wait. 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 No. No, 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 no. Okay, I was thinking, like, because they were talking about how, like, sneaking the ballerina onto the ship, because she came in, I think, like, a day ago? Either a day ago or last night, right? And it was like, but, like, the ship didn't make any stops at any harbors, right? So maybe the ship stopped for her to get on, but, like, it wasn't an actual emergency stop? I don't know, man, I'm just thinking too hard. Okay, never mind. Because I think the timing would be off, because then the cat, like, escaping into the room, like, she would have to be here, right? And that would make sense to have the emergency stop before that. Okay. Fascinating. Do show us, good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped the vessel last night? Okay. Yes. Oh wait, I didn't want to No, I didn't want to present that. I wanted to just read it. Well, now I know it's wrong. Most regrettably, I see that the only emergency is that which your logical faculties are immersed in. Ugh. I didn't want to present that.
I'm really not at all sure that any evidence exists that can help you. It's here.
Remember, Mr. Sato, that evidence may not always be that which exists per se.
Oh.
There are days when evidence is that which is distinctly missing. What? Today being one of those days, presumably. Now you say that, one piece of evidence does come to mind. That's missing? Hang on. I'm gonna do a quick, don't mind me. Okay. Okay. Alright. Evidence that promotes the theory that it's some emergency. Okay, so... I love reading. Okay. It doesn't exist. What about... Can I do profiles or no? No, I can't do profiles. History present. Huh? What? Oh! Maybe the ship log? Because Stroganov wasn't there for like a good half of the time. So maybe he was away doing something?
Yes!
Yeah. Seaman Stroganov! It's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, is that right? Ah, that is correct. Bye. And the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, you rather carelessly left it out top. The little makeshift burrow. Fuck me. in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase, nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until the first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing was recorded in the log. That is... that. Because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Go. Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 AM, something happened here aboard the SS Burial. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anyone would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Yeah, right? Well, no, that's a good point. Ellipses. What of the throbbing? So what? Like, everyone's head hurts because of the emergency stop? So I was right? Well, kind of. In a very loophole-ish way. Loopy way. What? The throbbing. You came in at a good time. Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah. Oh, yes, I have a headache. I have had a headache, you're right. His head is hurting for a lot of reasons, though. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. More throbbing.
Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. We've all been throbbing. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Right. This throbbing. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Yeah, that's really weird. Hold on. Okay. I was gonna say drugs, yeah. I was like, what if? Because they had a comment before about the vents in the cabins where they were like, yeah, you know, the vents are all connected, so if someone put like gas in here, then everyone would smell it, right? So if they drugged them to like sleep, right? And then did the emergency stop, no one would have noticed. But like, drugging your entire ship? No way, right? That's a little crazy. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yeah. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't really include meals. What did you survive on? Oh, Oro's in the food, like Nick said before. Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals.
So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it. Oh, and Cosmo didn't eat it. Oh shit. Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered by the addition of a designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. It was the food, yeah. A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Every meal? Are you sure about that one, Chief? That's a lot of people. Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea! Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes. Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. Okay. If you refuse to talk, then there will have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Oh, sorry. This is like a really weird time to stay and notice this, but I just realized that the stripes on this guy's face is because he has the pet snake. That's why his face is striped. So I was wondering from the start in the beginning, it's like, why is this guy's face? Why is it also the food? Always the food. Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything, her flame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I didn't know I was chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh. We could not make all drug. What do you say? Dissolve? Ugh. Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. Okay, yeah, that's probably... They had everyone sleep so that when the ship stopped and everyone, no one would notice. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door.
But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
What?
Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins.
Death from hating chicken. Oh god. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug.
Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yeah. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. So not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have told long time and said many things. What is the point?
The point is, what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yeah? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. Accusatory cry of guilt. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. Man? But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all detection. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Oh boy, here we go again. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, of these two observation.
If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asugi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened.
Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. What suggests someone was there? Chunky arms. Fuck. What? Suggests someone was there. Chunky arm. What? Sailor's hat? What is this? Left ear. Left ear? Is there anything behind them? Oh! Ink stain! Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain in an unusual place.
Yes, you're right. It looks like ink if I'm not mistaken.
Ink. And look at the color too. It's clear where this came from. Oh.
Yes!
How'd you get there? Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Yes, I don't know where this dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped from your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform.
I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then. The evidence that proves the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is. It's... this.
Yes!
How did it get in the back of his shirt though? Yes, it's in this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. The penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is inked of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like Woodrow Man do it. Then I pressed button to make Blueya do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Biff, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Biff, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to the cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend.
Wait, so he did actually die from just tripping over and falling. And then they set it up to make it look like a murder. No way. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Master Asuki's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor? Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she had heard the sound of something falling to the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
But
When you went to Mr. Asoki's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? But... I already told you! When Nina opened the door to the student cabin, look inside. I was asking Miss Pavlova... Oh.
Well, Miss Pavlova?
Oh. Yes. That is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you.
So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? It was just an accident? Ah! What? Was his... Yeah, if you, like, it shouldn't be just from tripping. It doesn't feel right, you know? Especially for it to be, like, Kazuma who died from tripping. Like, yeah. Ah, something nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. The unfortunate accident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Huh? Tripped and fell and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? His neck?
Yes!
It must be here, surely? No. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When nothing a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. Racism. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Ah! Sorry, I'll try that. Oh my god. I think it's plain what Mr. Sholmes means by unnatural, isn't it? Oh, why does she have an accent? The word written in a foreign language underneath the fingertips, surely. That particularly crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No, I mean to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Would you land on the victim as the victim has? What of your hands? What? You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Oh, why do I... Okay, hold on. Is it the way he fell? Like, should he have fallen on his back instead of his front? Or are they saying the way his hands are weird? But that's because of how the culprit, or not the culprit, the you know, the strong beef guy arranged it to make it look like he was writing a message. Right? Which part of this photo seems unnatural? His hand?
Yes!
Must be here. No, this is not it. Okay, Sholmes is gonna call me stupid again. Alright, let's go before before he does that. Not his hand. His back? I don't know. What are you talking about? When you trip and fall, you can fall on your front. Right? This hand?
Yes!
Oh. Oh, he's saying that, yeah, if you trip and fall, you would open your hands to try to stop yourself from falling, right? Okay. Okay, I see what you're... Okay. Okay. Sorry, my brain small, Sherlock brain big. Okay, I get it. Alright, if he really fell due to unfortunate accident, then the fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? How? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please! Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? It's her earring! This is what I found. Oh! A crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle? Yes, you're right. Crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? Tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Cosmo's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. It's gotta be, because they kept saying, like, her ear, right? When we were investigating stuff, right? And I was like, why does it keep pointing to her ear? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, 'cause that's why. Oh, that's fine.
She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells.
Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from her ear.
Yes, that's an earring.
Wait,
Look! It's a crescent moon.
oh! There can be no doubt now, surely.
Yes!
Left ear. Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. Oh. Stroganoff, what? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding onto it must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Oh, that must have hurt. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments?
Oh, no.
Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Cosmo? When I think about everything that has happened yesterday, it was too much. Not just his friend, it's his best friend. His BF, his best friend. It's a very important detail. Running away, a fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb to this huge ship. And then, when I was at my... his boyf. Then I was at last in this cabin, and I can relax after this horrible long day. Darko, wait! Okay, so the cat escaped. And then she went to try to get it back, right? I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darko would not come back. Knock knock. Right, so they were saying that like, oh, he stopped writing in his diary when he saw the quote like speckled whatever. They were like, oh yeah, he must have died right then and there. But he could have just gotten distracted by the cat. Knock knock. Plunk. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Eh? Oh! I'm sorry. Oh, he thought it was... okay. I thought it was a friend of mine. Yeah, he was still alive. Kazuma, I miss you so. The young man was from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Oh, of course! You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No! I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Well, when you have people like the Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Oh, he tried to wake up. He's gonna pull that cord. He's gonna tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then... Darko jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... he fell. As he turned around to look at me... Oh! He hit the side of the bed! Oh, no, she pushed him! I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And
I had to stop him before telling anyone about me. From telling anyone about me.
Oh my god. And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. Girl, you're 15! Heard Nina cried out to the thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be. Please, I have nowhere to go.
So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Yes. I went into the cabin and I looked around, to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found this stowaway. In Void's room, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed the wardrobe doors and put back strange paper signs. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to a good place, used ink that was spilling to write on the floor. I wrote, yeah, that, so that the person who found him would look inside the wardrobe and find stowaway. And then tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. She turned British.
Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. So they stopped the boat twice then. Because obviously this was a mistake, but they stopped the boat initially to get her on, and that's why they drugged everyone. And then this happened, and he was like, okay, we have to stop the boat again to make it locked. Okay. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Yeah. Why would that have been a problem? Or is she not friends with the captain, but just with the crew?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh! Oh! I'm sorry. Thought it was a friend of mine. Oh!
He said an inspector was his friend.
Oh, yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So, before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asagi really gonna pull the bell cord? I don't know.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna try to wake up Ryunosuke.
What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. is going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at the moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. Eat your chicken. Don't keep your boyfriend in the closet. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin had been my home for this entire voyage. Loving gaze to be a boyfriend. I mean, best friend.
So, this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama.
Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes.
If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze of where it lands. Yeah, it's like this is the truth, right? And it's better than him tripping over a cat and then just dying by accident, but it's like also simultaneously worse because it obviously wasn't like like at the very beginning they were talking about because he had a bodyguard, right? They were talking about that there might be assassins trying to get him, and I thought maybe it was the work of an assassin, and like I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna catch that nasty hoe, but then it turned out to be kind of an accident, which sucks. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? He was looking at you! Yeah! Oh wait, oops, I pressed the wrong button. The wardrobe. My wardrobe. My closet. I was there at the time. I was there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly, too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with the sleeping drug. If only he'd woken me up. Then maybe this tragedy would have never happened. So sad, man. Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however... what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe. And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from the member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. Oh. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. His great friend, his best friend.
Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that.
Why are you British?
But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
So sad. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, you killed my boy. The truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SSS Buria was finally laid to rest. You broke up a couple. They were gonna go to England together. They were gonna solve cases together. They were gonna go to court together. And you ruined it. Man. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganov? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. How about how you lost good friend? Best friend, maybe. Maybe even boyfriend. I will go with that. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. Oh. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste. But... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? I also think his name is Stroganov. Duh. Well, I'm afraid you'll need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me. I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Right? We are a stowaway. Yeah. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even begun then. To think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of... Oh, Cosmo! That seems like a distant memory now. There's no more reason to travel to England. Why go to England if Cosmo's not even there? Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Yeah, it's me. Oh. Susato. Susato-san? Naruhodo-san. I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh, no, you're gonna make me cry. I still can't believe that this had happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato. You had such great ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams.
now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible, but now we know the truth, and it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much now, listen. It's just too much.
Yes, I know. It sucks bad. I'm sure there's something I can spit. Oh.
Inspector!
My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. Oh god, my voice is cracking, I'm so sorry. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I had let everyone down. I shouldn't have eaten that chicken. I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. What? What? Huh? It's... Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo? Bro, we're having an angsty moment right now. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all. Shows, please. And what do you mean old time's sake? It was barely hours ago. The new boyfriend with bondage tendencies. I mean, best friend. God. You too. He thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes, please, this is not the time and place. We do appreciate your assistance. But what the fuck? I'd like to thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Where's Susato-san? My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely? Oh my god. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but... But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Aren't you studying law? He's not. No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. What is Naruhodo? Yeah, he's literally just a student. Yeah, what's his major? I don't even know. Like, before, at the very, very beginning, like, Cosmo was like, yeah, or no, he was like, yeah, it's Cosmo, my classmate, so I thought he was also in law, but he's not in law. Only Cosmo's studying to be a lawyer. Which is, like, then what is he supposed to be doing? Maybe he's like, cause Phoenix Wright was like an art major, I think. Maybe he's also an art major. Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer. What I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. He's a stowaway in law. He's gonna get his law degree in a month. Oh my god. Mr. Naruhodo. That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody can learn all of that in just 40 days? Well, he did pretty good in the first case, being someone who had no law experience at all. There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment it is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma! Yeah! For Kazuma! He said that there was something that he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I would become a lawyer. I have to. Loving be a best friend. What do you say, Mr. Sato? Oh, what? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. He's not even studying law. He came from general studies. He's a stowaway. It's fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules... Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Quickly becoming PF2. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of the man. What matters is his character, no? Oh, Miko, you should have seen when they were... What was it? They were like dancing around together. Sholmes and Naruhodo. And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning till this very moment now. Despite contending with the passage of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, and despite being ridiculously stupid at certain points, this man has showed resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to award my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said I'd be doing anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report. Bye, Hosonaga.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruto?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Naruto, I'd like you to take charge of this.
His sword? What? Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword. It's been in the Asugi clan for generations.
Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. Wow, this is so strange. Like your next undercover job. Can't wait to see you in a different costume, Hosonaga. What do you mean casually takes the family heirloom? I don't think Kazuma had any siblings. Like the family ends there, you know what I mean? So you might as well give it to its best friend.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruto. And for the next 40 days, I shan't
Grant you a single minute of freedom.
We shall fill every square moment with study.
Yes, that's exactly what I need. Oh my god. Lawyer crash course.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too.
Goodness, what is it?
Please throw me to—
3 times! Oh my god, wait. Because she threw us to the ground 3 times? What?
I should have never doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the inside. No! I won't let you make excuses for me.
Whatever the circumstances, I should have never thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times!
Was it 5 times? The number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must. Just take a hold of me and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it!
No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes. You overheard our conversation.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique.
Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It can leave your head swimming, believe me. Yeah, it feels like it's judo. How peculiar. I'm a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I'm somewhat of an accomplished boxer. See, if you loop this animation, he has the punching parts, and it does look like it's hitting Susato's face. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind to instruct me on your technique of your arresting throw.
Yes, I'd be honored. We can practice on Ryunosuke.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course! Demonstrate on who? Me? Are you ready, Mr. Naruto? How did the tables turn? Sorry? Ah! Oh my god. Yeah, yeah, is that bad?
As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
He's on the side. Thank you. It floats. Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
So not only is Ryunosuke getting law beaten into him, but also he's getting beaten up in general. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Oh my god, I thought we were over. No, I'm sad. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking the katana on the study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. And I'm the only Kazuma. Wow, Ryunosuke, I see. This is what you think about. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? And not that you would need much compelling on that subject. There's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. Bro. I knew you wouldn't let me down. He was doomed from the get-go. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. So he never told us! Damn it. Like, even in the first case when he was like, oh yeah, I need to tell you this important thing I gotta do in England, and then Hosonaga interrupts us, and it's like, and he's like, oh, okay, we'll just talk to some other time. It's like, oh man, that's a death flag if I've ever seen one. You can come back as a ghost. I am waiting. But all the spirit mediums are women, so he's gonna have, his hairstyle is gonna be different. Might be fine though, actually. Anyway, I'm gonna see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Ah! What time is it? 11. Yes, save my progress, please. Save it. My first file is for normal story, and then he's gonna buy a ring! To come forward and— oh man. Yeah, he was gonna propose. So obviously I should stop here, right? But I wanna— last time I did this too, I wanna see the beginning of the third one. Just the beginning movie. You'd be my best friend forever.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude, the beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Impressive Japanese student. Play together. I see. Oh, we're finally in London then.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This
Why do they
country
have,
is
like,
incredible.
British accents.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
Don't I have to pay?
I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Wow, finally in London. Okay. This is where I stop. Or else I'll really be here forever. What song? Hang on. Kevin's, yeah. What song? I didn't check Discord at all. Oh god, Axe. Sadness and sorrow. Hold on, I need to mute the Ace Attorney. Sadness and sorrow. I'm so sad. I'm gonna miss Cosmos forever. No, it's the Bad Flute cover, even worse. I'm waiting. Oh god, it's so bad. Oh wait, I just realized my other audio is also here. Ignore that. Oh god, ew. Kazuma became Kuruma. It's like Rue with the feather. It's Genshin's Foggy Island all over again. the sword. What? This is the worst thing I've ever heard. No! It got worse. Why? What's with the unexpected rhythm? It's got real quiet. This is just part of the soundtrack, it's not even an opening. Oh wait, you know what I can do? I can move this here. Just so you know, I'm gonna forever miss Cosmo forever. I'm gonna be really sad that he's gone. And I know, like, the whole mentor thing in Phoenix, right? It's a cliche, like, they're gonna go away, you know? Because Ace Attorney games have that. But, like, man. Like, a small part of me is, like, felt like, oh, you know, maybe this time Cosmo will stay. And everything will be okay. And they can solve crimes together forever. And they'll go to Britain together and have a grand time. The tablet's gonna get wet. So, oh. It's okay, it's waterproof. And like, I lost my train of thought because it's the tablet, damn it. Man, we're in London now, but like, it just doesn't feel right without him here. So sad. Cosmo. It's okay, he's alive in my heart. And that's what's most important now. Okay, I gotta move the rain back. There he goes. Back to the back. Back to the back. In London at what cost? We know the cost. It was Cosmo's life. That's what it cost. Man. And like they were gonna and he like man. Like he got Ryunosuke to stow away with him because he wanted him to come to London with him. God, man. I'm gonna pass. And this is what I'm gonna think about when I'm going to sleep tonight. It's just what what could have happened. Man, and like, and the way he died too. Like it's very clearly an accident. It's not like what's her face? I said her name a million times, all incorrectly. It's not like the ballet dancer like purposely wanted to knock him dead, right? Like she had no ill intention. She was just extremely scared and read him wrong and thought he was gonna hurt her somehow, right? And you can't really blame her because, he's like a total stranger to her, so of course she would be cautious and yeah. And fuck, man. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. She was really yeah, that's true. I mean, the thing is like after that decision, right? And everything was revealed, right? Both of them kind of accepted the guilt, right? They accepted the guilt. They were like, yeah, we did some fucked up stuff trying to blame you for killing your best friend, right? And they're both probably gonna serve time in British jail. or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. It's better than the first case with the I don't remember. Oh, her name was Miss Brett, right? It was better than the first case where it was literally like, yeah, she can't really be sent to jail for her crimes because she's not from this country. And I was like, oh, yeah, like, that was frustrating because it was like, wow, you're a dick. The lady was the worst, right? Yeah. Right? In this case, it's like both of them kind of realized, yeah, we did wrong stuff. Yeah, which is nice. But I can't wait for you to get accused again. Oh boy. Oh my god. I swear, if it ends up like that, I'm gonna be like, it's too much of a pattern. Or it's what's her name? Is this Sasato? Who gets accused instead? Everything's right now. Oh, wait, is it Miss Brett's? I thought they left the Great Ace Attorney names the same though. Actually, well, Naruhodo is a pun, but I don't know about the other names. Is Ouchie supposed to be like pain? I'm gonna check. Ace Attorney Ouchie. Right? Ancestor Winston Gaspin Payne. So, Payne... What is his Japanese name? Names and other... It is Ouchie, yeah. Stroganoff is a pun? Is it? She's named after the type of gun that was used to shoot Watson in one of the Sherlock... Oh! Oh! Ooh, I see. I mean, I feel like that's less of a pun and more like, ooh, fun fact. Right? Like puns like what like Frank Saw It is very it's very on the nose. How is Stroganoff a pun? What? I don't know what this is. Oh, wait. Duh. Oh, food. I know. I realize now. Strong. Oh. Wait, that's a good one. That's a good read. Double whammy. It's both a food and a actual pun. That's good. Yeah. You unpun his name. I mean, well, his last name isn't, but like Naruhodo is like that's very on the nose. Like that's just yeah. And oh, he called him really? Oh. What he couldn't say. He can't remember the Russian names. Wow, you're same. Same. I can't remember. I still what's her I don't even what the ballet lady's name. I said it probably a bunch of times, but I still don't know what it is. Yeah. Damn. So what we have concluded and learned from this case is that me and Ryunosuke have more in common than I thought. I ruined my no penalty score because I couldn't get some things right. And Pavlov, the dog. Wait. I think she named after an actual ballerina. Pavlov's dog? Wait. Is Pavlov's dog the one that's like trained to like... Yeah, it's the one that's like salivates at the bell or something. The conditioning, yeah. Though I don't know how that relates to Nina. It's also a dessert. Oh! Ooh! So they could both be food. Pavlov... How do you actually say this? I've been saying it wrong the entire time.
Pavlova.
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 Wait, this is British pronunciation. American pronunciation?
Pavlova.
Pavlova. Pavlova. Alright. Okay. Well, how long was this stream? 6 hours? Not that bad. It's not that bad. Yeah. I thought this case was gonna be way longer than the first one, but I think it's almost the same time. Because the first one, the video I compiled was around 5 or 6 hours, I think, in total. And so this one's probably the same. Yeah. Because I thought this was gonna have investigation and then trial. I thought, like, investigation on the boat, right? And then once we reach Hong Kong, it was gonna be, like, a trial or something. But no, everything was resolved within the investigation, which was really neat. Which reminded me of, like the Edgeworth Investigations game. Where you don't ever actually... Well, you know, he does have courtroom stuff, but, like, there are parts where you just don't actually go to court, you just solve it within the investigation, which is cool. Yeah, 2 chapters are both tutorials. Yeah, it does! Like, the first chapter is like, okay, here's your courtroom tutorial, and then the second chapter is like, here's your investigation tutorial. Oh, and the thing with, Sholmes, the deduction thing, where he dances around the room was extremely cool. That was extremely cool. Yeah, the dance of deduction, that's what it's called. Yeah. It was so cool. It's like a little bit like dorky, but like it's a cool and cute kind of dorky. Yeah. I am excited to see it again. And then once I finish the game, those are the points I would replay. Alright. Okay. I gotta go. Good night. Thank you for sticking around for this 6.5 hour stream. I will see you tomorrow. Probably at the same time. Yeah, 5 PM CST? Yeah. Alright. And maybe we can finish case 3 in one sitting too. Doubt it, but yeah. Alright, good night.